Okay, we are back. We are so back. Shift what? W? No, Shift T. Let's do tab. Back, baby. We're so back. All right. So, our Puritan. Hey, good to see you. It's been a minute. How you been? How's life? Hopefully it's treating you. Hopefully it's treating you well. Okay, we need to organize ourselves here again. Bottom. Rename this to be, I guess, NeoVim. We'll put in this window. We'll put our terminal over here. We will put our, I guess our spec over here. Sounds reasonable. Okay. Chip. Close that. We don't need that open. All right. So NPX live server. Fire up our specification. Okay. Well, when last we left our hero, he was making his way through the dangerous world of manual memory management. ETI, which is a ETF version of VTSAX, which is Vanguard's total stock market index fund. Now, this is not financial advice. Okay, so don't treat it as such. But I think that would make your life a lot easier if you also used index funds. Yeah, I'm pretty close to aligning VU. Oh, VU? Okay, yeah. Isn't VU like a triple leveraged version of the top 10? It's a leveraged ETF, right? Or am I making that up? VU. 2/3 is in the S&P already. Yeah, so yeah, okay. So I guess they're not that dog water. Let's see, VU prospectus. I guess there's actually a big issue with leveraged I think it's leveraged ETFs in South Korea. I guess their stock market had a Let's see. Let's see. Product summary: invest in the stocks in the S&P index, representing 500 of the largest U.S. companies. Goal is to closely track their index returns, which is considered a gauge. I thought VU had some leverage involved in it. Uh, Leveraged ETF. VU is just the day trading S&P 500. Is it? Is it just the ETF of the 500? Yeah, I must be making this up then. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just it is. It's just looks like it's a complete Vanguard S&P 500. That's where my money's at. My money's in I have the John Hancock equivalent of this basically, and then the rest of it's in VTI. So yeah, we're on the same page. VTI is the total stock market. So that's the only difference. I guess that would be the only difference between VTI and VU is VU just tracks the top 500, and then VTI tracks all publicly traded stocks. So you just get exposure to the small caps. But I mean, they're all cap weighted, so even if you're in VTI, most of your money's going into those top 500 companies anyways, right? Someone went into the quant subreddit and asked all the quants what they do for investing. Apparently, they all in VU, which was kind of funny. But it's the truth. It's because they're smart, and the data shows that over a long time horizon, nobody consistently outperforms the market. People every year might outperform it, a handful, but it's never the same handful, and never the same handful for decade after decade. I mean, if Warren Buffett says that his recommendation to his heirs is to put their money into an S&P 500 index fund, it's probably good enough for us normies, right? Like, so yeah, that's where all my money is at too. I'm still in indexes. Socks. I've never heard of socks before. Good morning, Cyberlanka. Nice to see you. Trying to ride the microchip train a little. Nice, nice. I just dollar cost average invest every paycheck, and this year's goal is to max out my 401k and to max out my Roth IRA. This will be the first year that I've been able to do that, which will be a huge accomplishment. It's the first year that we're completely debt free, which has been awesome. So hopefully we can keep this trend going. I don't even remember where we were. We were printing everything out to a CSV. Yes. So we printed everything out to a CSV. I went through yesterday and basically just collected all the opcodes that are in this file that we need to implement. And then we're going to try to implement them and go from there. I think I'm going to leave the ability to... Do I want to leave it? I don't think so. I don't think I want to leave it. I'm going to remove the CSV printing. We don't need it. Let's go ahead and clean this up. We don't need to do that. Don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. I won't pay off my house till 65, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't. I unfortunately don't even have a house. We still rent. The place we live is pretty high cost of living, and so it seems like every year the amount of money we need for a down payment just outpaces the amount we're able to save for said down payment. So I think eventually we'll probably buy, but I don't know if it'll be anytime I don't know. It's definitely more of a long-term goal than a short-term goal at this point. So we just rent right now. One of these days. So, okay. Yeah, my purchase of the house made no financial sense. Well, I can't say that every decision I've made personally regarding finances has made sense. So, no shade, man. No shade. Am I done with boot.dev? No. So the thing we're working on is for boot.dev. So this is going to be my first portfolio project, Cyberlanka. It's just taking me probably longer than it should because I talk to people on the internet while I try to do it, and then and I'm only working on it in the mornings while streaming, so it's taking me longer than it probably should, but I'm having fun. So we need to add basically a massive switch statement right here. And for now, we'll just make the default case. The default cases will just print something. And we will say unhandled opcode. And I'm gonna actually make this be %x. Or no, how do we print? Yeah, x's. Then we'll do our first case. So our first instruction is going to be to-dos. We're gonna implement clear display. So this is the opcode we're looking for. And hopefully we can make this happen. Make it happen, Captain. Rent was easily half as much, and I didn't have any maintenance work to do. I mean, it's kind of a crapshoot, man, which way you go on it, right? Is it... I mean, I feel like some people get lucky and they buy a great house and, you know, the maintenance is relatively minimal and the appreciation's wonderful and they're building equity and you know, it's all rosy. And then I have friends or family who bought a house and it's a nightmare. They're $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 into it before basically they even sign the paperwork. And yeah, I think it's hard. I think houses is one of those things that too many times is looked at as or owning a home is too many times looked at as a requirement and a necessity, and it's probably more of a luxury, or at least you should approach the purchase with more of it's a luxury mindset rather than it's an investment or a financial asset on my balance sheet. And that's just my opinion, right? I think home ownership has far more to do with like your lifestyle and what you want for your family than it does like, am I making a smart financial decision? Again, though, that's just one guy on the internet's opinion. Steven needs to make some YouTube money and start his own terminal.coffee. Dude, I would love to have a coffee company. So when I was 20, like this would have been 2018, I actually had emailed a company. I wonder if I can actually find these emails. That was actually one of my ideas was I'm going to start a drop shipping coffee company. And I went as far as like having some initial sales calls with the company. But I ultimately didn't go through with it just because I got nervous about having to do minimum... What do you call it? Minimum... minimum quantity order. I got nervous about the minimum quantity order, so I never actually went through with it. But I did. I remember having a couple phone calls with the guy. Yeah, this is it. Is it okay to dox somebody on the internet? This was it. This was back in November 26th. It's kind of hard to see there. November 6th of 2017. I guess I was looking at a company called Joe's Garage Coffee.com. And I wanted to name it. What did I want to name it? I wanted to name it. Yeah, this was the name I have. Or this was the name of the coffee company, On the Hustle Coffee Company. Why that? I don't know. I was watching a lot of Gary Vee, I think, at the time. But what are you gonna do? Maybe it's time to pursue that dream again. I tell you what, though, the Terminal Coffee guys, their thing is just wicked cool. The SSH store, the merch is great. The design of the bags is great. I've never had any of their coffee. That's good stuff. You were still in high school back then? Yeah, I would have been, 2017, I would have been 27? No. 25. I'd have been 25. It was about a year after having my first kid, a couple years after having my first kid. God, that seems like a lifetime ago. Hey, what's up, Gosslayer? How's the emulator going? The emulator is going. It's going well. Sounds peaceful to start a coffee company. I think it would. I think it would be a lot of fun. I don't know about peaceful. I think any company is probably a little stressful just because you got money on the line. Don't do it. YouTube will remove your stream now. Oh no. I violated the ultimate. Let's see. Houses here are like 400K to 600K for a bungalow. If they were more, wouldn't have been able to afford it. Yeah, it's that's about the median price of a home where we live. And last time I looked, rates were like in the 5 to 6 range for most mortgages here, 30-year fixed mortgages. So what are you gonna do, man? Housing, it's a necessity. You gotta deal with it in one way or another, but it's a painful thing, man. I think our rent is $2,500. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Rent was 14. Yeah, so we were at last year before we moved here. We were at 1645 or something like that, I think, at our apartment. And then we moved to this single family house in September, and the rent here is 25, which is just unbelievable, but it is what it is. All right, so we need to, let's see, hexadecimal converter. We basically need to mask the, because we only care about the first, what is it, first 4? The specifications say we only care about, this is 12-bit memory address. The lowest 8 bits of the instruction. No, the lowest 4 bits of the instruction. I think we basically need to get so we need hexadecimal to decimal converter. We need this value. We need F000. Uh-oh, my computer's kind of moving slowly on me. Yeah. So we need this value. Yeah, that's 16 bits, 2 bytes, and we're going to mask the first 4 bits. So this would be 6,440. And then we need to switch on it. So can we define our switching it as cases, I wonder? So this would be, let's see, hex is 00 E0. So this would be 224. Oops. Print line. Clear the screen. Clear display, I think is what we called it. Clear the display. Okay, I don't want to print all that out anymore. So those are all the unhandled opcodes. So for now, let's just skip. There was a message though at the top of the, what was that? Those are unused variable warnings. We do have unused variables. So this says there are no clear display instructions, but that's not true. That's not true. So what have I done wrong? I guess let's print the opcode before we enter. I think the very first instruction is actually a clear display instruction. So that's opcode 202. So what? Oh, whoops. No, it's not. I printed the wrong. Thing. Probably don't need to keep doing this over and over. This is probably a very inefficient way to go about doing this. So we should be looking for E0. And why is that? Why are we looking for E0? I thought I just put this into the... Did I just put the wrong number in? Hex to decimal. $224. Did I just put the wrong... No, that's the right value. So what am I doing wrong here? Am I masking the wrong... decimal to binary? I've done something wrong. Please hold. Please hold. Nope, that's the right. Okay, so what have I done wrong? I'm stumped. So what does this what does the switch statement represent? It represents so this represents me grabbing the furthest left, right? So let's print this. So I think the case is wrong. I think I'm looking at the whole hex value there, and I think I need to be looking at the last digit, or the last hex place. So mast. Let's go ahead and let's print this as X. We're doing a little printf debugging this morning. Hey, what's up, Arvin? Nice to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well. Hope life is treating you good. Okay, does that make sense? Yes. So actually what we're doing is we just are looking at the last place, which I think makes sense with what right? So we're looking for this one. This one. Now we will have to add, I guess, some additional checks to check to see if it's, like in this case, we need to know, is it return or is it clear? And we'll have to do some of the other things the same way. Okay, so this actually should be checking for the presence of 0. And then once we're in here, we should also be saying, okay, if opcode equals, I'm going to take these magic numbers and I'm going to stick them into, I think, an enum maybe. So we need to look for if that is equal to this guy, which is what in hex? Or I'm sorry, that is what in decimal form? 224. So then we can do if opcode's 224, then we know it's clear the display. Now let's see if we get a, let's remove that mast. And let's remove that. Now let's see if we get a clear display message printed. So we have 4 clear display commands. Wonderful. So what we need to do now is we need to figure out how we actually model the display. So the display is, here we go, display. The original implementation of the CHIP-8 language used a 64 by 32 pixel monochrome display with this format. Some other interpreters, most notably the one on the ETI 660, also had a 64 by 48 and 64 by 64 modes. To my knowledge, no current interpreter supports these modes. More recently, CHIP-48, an interpreter for the HP48 calculator, added 128 by 64 pixel mode. This mode is now supported by most of the interpreters on other platforms. CHIP-8 draws graphics on a screen through the use of sprites. A sprite is a group of bytes which are a binary representation of the desired picture. CHIP-8 sprites may be up to 15 bytes for a possible sprite size of 8 by 15. Programs may also refer to a group of sprites representing the hexadecimal digits 0 through F. These sprites are 5 bytes long, or 8 by 5 pixels. The data should be stored in the interpreter area of CHIP-8 memory. Below is a listing of each character's bytes in binary decimal. Okay. Interesting. So how will we represent that? We need some way to represent the display on our chip. Hey, what's up, Sub Idra? I think I said your name correctly. Hello, Justin. Good to see you. Good morning, good morning. You off to the gym? Why people fight regarding C versus Rust? Any idea? I think it's just human beings are inherently very tribal in the way we operate, and so we like to turn it into I belong to this thing, right? Or you belong to this thing, right? We're very in group, out group. That's just how we are. So if there's a way to form kind of tribal lines or party lines on something, we will. So, you know, there's a good example, C versus Rust, right? You have both communities, both like to write low level, high performant code. And instead of embracing one another, right, it's I'm a part of this team and you're a part of that team, and we must destroy one another. Why that's our human instinct, I don't know, but it exists everywhere. It's not just a computer developer software engineering thing, you know. I like the vid because this video, not gonna lie, deserved it. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you liking the live stream. It's very kind of you. Nah, no gym today. At least not right now. Maybe later today, working on something. Oh, very cool. All right, man. Well, I'll be over here working, and I hope you make some progress. Oh, are you talking about the bun zig drama? I guess that could be it. C versus Rust, who wins? I don't know. I don't know enough C, and I'm not good enough at Rust to be able to really have an opinion on that. I think right now I'm finding Rust to be easier to learn and easier to work with at the moment than C. But it's not really a fair comparison because I have more time under my belt with one than the other. So I guess talk to me if we ever get to the end of this project. Maybe I'll have a different opinion. The Zig author attacked the founder of Bun. He threw a tantrum. Basically, he wrote a blog post that was it reminded me of the internet of old. That, you know, it was very I don't even know what the word is. Opinionated. Opinionated, that's what I'll say. Although I don't understand why everyone, I mean, the crazy thing to me is just like how worked up everybody gets about shit like that. It's like, guys, it's just two nerds fighting on the internet. Everyone just needs to chill the fuck out. Like, there's people starving in the world. There's kids dying of cancer. It's gonna be fine, okay? It's gonna be fine. Who cares what Andrew Kelly says about the other dude? Right? Who cares what that dude said about Andrew Kelly? Who cares what they say about each other's product? Like, just chill out. Like, Theo posted a video, and he was so angry over it, and I was like, man, it's not that deep. All right, it's not that deep. You need to go unplug for a little bit. You know, just laugh at it and move on with your life. It does. It's not. I don't know. I don't understand people getting so emotional on the internet about shit. I always tell people tech introverts are drama queens. Oh my gosh, dude. Drama. 100%. I'm working on .NET Signal R API that powers a web GPU simulation. Wow, that does sound like interesting stuff. It also sounds way more complex than what I'm working on over here. I'm working in C++ to create a BF interpreter. What's a BF interpreter? Binary, is that a binary format interpreter? God, that website was blinding me. Unplug is right, yeah. Gotta go hit a nice lake in a beautiful state. Exactly. Like, go out, touch some grass, stand in front of a big mountain or a big body of water, and just remember how small you are and how insignificant everything is, and enjoy your life. So how does this emulator work? So essentially, the way it works is there's a defined set of instructions that they tell you that you need to implement, and then you implement them. And some of those instructions have to do with clearing the display. Some of them have to do with setting registers. And your job is basically to implement the instructions and model the different pieces of the chip so that you have a place to stick instructions to track the current state of the program. And then at some point, we're going to try to figure out how to print the state of the display to the screen, which I don't know how to do. I think we're going to try to use raylib to do that, but I don't really know. This is a cool way to learn. Can you leak the source? Yes, this was the best resource I found on the internet for this. Or I shouldn't say I found it. A lot of other people have recommended it. It's called Cow's CHIP-8. Cow's CHIP-8 spec. I guess it's like super well known. I had never heard of it before, but I guess this is what everybody swears by if they try to do this project. Here's the specification for reference for CHIP-8 emulator. And please take everything I say with a grain of salt, because honestly, this is all far beyond my comfort zone. And then I'm keeping my code here if you guys want to look at my code. There's also, there are, I will let you know, there are done for you implementations of this. So if you ask an LLM about it, it will likely one-shot it because lots of people have built it before. So just be mindful of that in case you want to avoid the LLM giving you the answer. There we go. So it's like your own assembly language. Well, it's more of I'm writing an interpreter for an existing set of it's basically there's a CHIP-8 language that people author programs in, and I'm basically building an interpreter for that. That's probably the more accurate description, because we're gonna take like existing files that other people have implemented, like this one that we're trying to do right now it prints the IBM logo, and somebody else wrote that program in the CHIP-8 instruction set or language, and we're just going to parse it and do what it says in our program. Or we're going to try to do it. So we're going to try to do it. So we need to figure out how to model our display. That's what we need to do. So I don't know what this needs to be, but we need to have something here, model display. And I'm thinking it needs to be some sort of an array, right? Because we're modeling a 64 by 32 screen, I think. Hey, what's up, Kale? How you doing, man? Thanks for being a member. Nice, thanks. Of course, yeah, of course. Although it's what you're working on, Justin, sounds equally as interesting. Okay, so it doesn't explicitly tell me. It does not explicitly tell me how to model that, but we have 64 by 32 pixels. So I'm not really sure how to do that. I'm gonna Google. Let's see. If we're gonna use raylib, how to model 64 by 32 pixel display. Raylib examples. Oh man, there's a lot of documentation on Raylib. It must be super popular library. If you want to define them, you can do it that way. See, define screen width as constants, window scale 10, scales the window to 640 by 32 for visibility. So will that fall into Raylib or SDL2? I don't know what SDL2 is. I've only ever heard of Raylib. But I'm open to suggestions, whatever people think is the easiest for me to work with. I've not worked with any of them. I'm on the Raylib. I think this is called Raylib Extra. It's GitHub. First off, what a cool GitHub README. They've got all these like visual gift examples. But I was more of just trying to make sure that I model this data in a way that is compatible with what they expect. But maybe that's not the right approach. I mean, I need 64 by 32. So I know I need at least an array of that size, right? I have not used Emacs. I have not used the Emacs. There's a creator that I like. Her name's Bash Bunny. She uses Emacs, and every time I watch her stream or program, I always think that looks like it could be fun or equally as fun as NeoVim, but I've never actually tried. Let's see, Raylib can be easier. It's a game library though, and SDL2 is purely a graphic. So maybe SDL2 is what I need because I don't need a game library, right? I need like the simplest stuff. So we're gonna need, so a pixel is 3 values, right? But it's monochromatic. So does that still make sense? I guess how big should the values in the I guess I'll just go with uint 32 display, and this will be or I guess 64. Is it 64 by 32? Is the size of the display? And then I guess I can define these as constants like Kale said. So we could say define screen height to be 64. Define screen width. It's 32. SDL is used by Valve and stuff. Super complicated, but allows for total control over Vulkan and OpenGL. SDL2 has a higher learning curve. Okay, well maybe Raylib then. I don't know. Maybe that's one where we consult Gemini. I don't know. I don't want to get so lost in the weeds on like the actual rendering of the stuff to the screen. I'd rather just be able to like give it, here's my data, please make a window. Raylib is what? Okay, then we'll do that. We'll plan on that. So how would we then clear this? So if we're going to clear it from the screen, where's our code here? So what would be the action we would take here? I guess we just reset the reset the array. Graphics is annoying. It's a whole can of worms. It seems like everything in C is a whole can of worms. None of it seems easy or simple. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so best way. Let's see. Best way to reset array in C. Reset int array to 0. How to clear all the elements of array in C. Reset C. Oh, we can use memset. So automatically allocated arrays. Heap allocated arrays where n is the number of elements. I think we can just do this. Memset, pass in this, and pass in the size. So C documentation, memset. Give this a perusing. So he copies the value into each of the first. Oh, this is in string.h. Is that what I want? String.h. Memset int array. Using memset for integer array. So it comes from string.h, but we can use it on our array, our int array. Okay. God, dude, this where's hold on, let's turn on dark reader mode on. Dude, these websites are just like flashbang, flashbang. Another flashbang. Okay. So that's what this is how I'm going to clear the display, essentially. Let's do memset. And we need to bring in include, what was it? Include string, include string.h. Control O, remember my good Vim skills. Then we will do chip display 0 size of chip display. I think that's it. I think that's it. You do need string.h because the C standard library historically treats block of raw memory as byte strings or character arrays. Well, that's what we're going to use it. We're going to use it. So there we go. Now the question is, will the program run? I'm hoping so. Error display, unexpected specifier qualifier list before display. Is that because I didn't use... Screen height, screen width. I guess I should use this down here. Screen height. Screen width. Oh, we don't need this. I had it declared twice. Okay. Go back to the spec real quick. I don't really understand this though. Do you guys understand this? What is this telling me? Is this telling me top left of the screen is 0? We print all the way to the other corner, which is the 60. Oh, I think I have these. Do I have these inverted? I think I have them inverted. I think this should be screen width is 64 and screen height is that's the chords of the canvas you're drawing. I think I have it inverted though, don't I? Because based on their coordinate system, I think it's 64 width. All right, if I'm doing this wrong, just yell at me. Yeah, width times height. Okay, yeah. So I had it wrong. I had it wrong. That's my fault. Screen width times... I know this doesn't make a difference, but just from a reading perspective, it helps me. All right, so then let's try in the loop. Let's try to print our display as a grid in the terminal. And then we'll process our instructions. So let's print the loop to the terminal. So how do we print this? So this will be for int I equals 0. And I is less than the screen width. How do I actually think I want to go, so I want to print each row just like we would in admin of code. So I actually think maybe I want to do height first. Screen height. And then we'll do for int j equals 0. I is less than screen width. I plus plus. And then we're going to want to do... So the last let's see. I know in here what I want to do is I just want to print print f. Oh, so this should be j. Just make sure I have this right. And then up here we should print, or down here we should print f new line. Right? So basically for every row, we're going to print a series of stars, and then once we print that series of stars, we'll print a new line, next series of stars. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, we didn't do anything. Why did we not do any? Did I not write the file out? Didn't write the file out. Whoopsies. Unexpected error. Oh, I'm missing a parentheses. I also don't want to do it. I don't want to do it a bajillion times. So let me actually let me just for the sake of visual, let me do that here. Oh, we don't have any matching language servers. We do that here. And I'll just print it right before we clear it each time. Yeah, so that's our display. That looks correct. Now let's actually print what's in there. So instead of printing I, we will print whatever the outer is plus the inner. So we will print chip display at I plus j. Right? So I plus j would be 0, 0, then 0, 1. Yeah, I think that's what we want. Error, called object is not a function or a function pointer. I'm an idiot. My bad. So %d this. Oh, I did. I called it like a function. I'm sorry. The compiler's right. I just need to listen to it. Who needs Raylib when you got a 2E CHIP-8? I know, right? Okay, so everything's set to zeros, right? That's good. Aside from the fact that there seems to be something going on here. Okay, that's interesting. Not what I expected. So where is that coming from? But it's only on the first loop. Interesting. I don't know where those values are coming from. Good to see you, Gun Highs. Thanks for being a member, man. Good to see you. God damn it. Isn't that my favorite stream? Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Okay. I printed this, but I don't know where those other numbers came from. Is it the same numbers every time? No, it's different. So something I've done. So I initialized the array when I initialized the chip. Hmm. Should have a Minecraft coffee mug. That would be great. I don't have a Minecraft coffee mug. I did get a new shirt though. This is my newest. This is my newest shirt that I made for my store. I don't know if you can see what it says. It's kind of hard to see in front of my microphone. I think I'm gonna wear it to KCDC. See how many people notice. Let's see. Your uninitialized memory holds byte values like 56, 42, 179. Printf squashes them together, making it look like a massive integer string instead of individual pixels. Oh, so my array is uninitialized? So I need to initialize it? Okay, I can initialize an array. But I thought it, let's see. Awesome shirt. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like having the ability to just make t-shirts that I want to make. Oh, so it is uninitialized because I allocated the memory with malloc. So what if I use... Okay, so what if I use... So I guess I can do one of two things, right? I can just initialize it here. Or... I guess I can initialize the struct differently. Told you, Calic. Calic, you did tell me that, actually. You did tell me that. Okay, so... I'm just going to do it this way, but maybe we revisit it. So if I want to initialize the array, would I just do a similar memset operation? Because the memory's allocated, it just needs to be initialized, right? So wherever we're clearing the display, we can basically do the same operation. Dude, I've got to refactor this at some point because there's just shit everywhere. So this would be memset. Yes, now we are not getting all of that. What did you call it? What did you call it? You said residual RAM garbage. We are getting no residual RAM garbage. Can you just manually null it? Can you just manually null it, then initialized it via for loop? I don't actually know. Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna try this approach for now. So I'm basically just like initializing the state right now up here. So I just added it. And I think that's what we need to do. So let's assume just for the sake of the program, let's assume we set it to 1. So we initialize everything on. So every pixel of the screen is on. Okay, something just happened. We have a bunch of crap in there. So why am I seeing that and not numbers? Okay, memset doesn't do what I think it does. Memset. Memset allows you to fill individual bytes as memory, and you are trying to set integer values, maybe 4. I'm reading a Stack Overflow post. Your approach will only work on the numbers 0 and -1, as these are both represented as binary. The for loop isn't too much bother. Yeah, I basically just want to see it changing, you know? I want to print it changing. So I guess let's just do the for loop. So we'll do I is less than size screen width times screen height. I is less than I plus plus. And then we'll just say chip display at I equals 1. Cool. It works. It works. C is the culture. Calc may be best because its contiguous allocation will avoid this. Calc always with dynamic buffers. My watch is telling me I need to stand up. Well, have I really been here for already 2 hours? That's crazy. We've done very little. Print numbers to a screen. Just doing some kettlebell presses real quick. Okay. I say we have officially implemented the clear display instruction. 10 squats, 10 calf raises, 10 hip circles. I did my movement break. I did kettlebell rows and kettlebell presses. I say we get to mark something off our to-do list. Now we get to jump to an address. So what we want to do now is we'd like to say case, what was the number? 1. So we need to add the number 1 here. And if the opcode equals, well, actually, I don't think I need to even check that because I don't think there's overlap between. Yeah, I don't think there's overlap. I think it's just. Where did my. Yeah, there's no other instruction that shares that. So if it's 1, then we have the 12-bit memory address, right? That's what NN is. Yeah, 12-bit value, the lowest 12 bits of the instructions. And the 12 bits represent there's also a 16-bit register called I. This register is generally used to store memory addresses, so only the lowest rightmost 12 bits are used. Yeah, so it's a 12-bit memory address, and we need to set it to something. Jump to location in. Well, we have in, so that's pretty straightforward, right? Coffee time? Almost coffee time. I'm still working on my first cup, actually. So, sock nancock? Sock nancock? I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know how to pronounce that username. How many language you have messing with? So mostly I've written C# and TypeScript in my life. After that, it would be probably Python or Go is kind of the third most. And then after that would be Rust, which is what I've been writing the most of lately in my free time. I write a lot of TypeScript and C# for work, and I've been writing lately a lot of Rust in my free time. But I'm not very dogmatic about like what language. Like my position on all this stuff is like if it's work related, you got to do whatever work's telling you to do. You got to do, like, you got to make money, right? If it's your own personal projects or your own personal workflows or software you're building for yourself, I say use whatever tools and tech stack and whatever thing gets you fired up and ready to build and makes you excited. That's what I would use. Today I used 5K tokens out of my increased 100,000. I don't know if they'll be mad. Are you on a token quota plan, or they just allocate you a certain amount and you can use them however you want? Was busy, didn't have time to fuck with AI prompts. I didn't need to ask questions. Well, sometimes it's nice to feel competent. You know what you're doing and you just do it. Yeah, they want me to use them. Well, hey man, I can do some loop engineering for you. I know how to write a loop that prompts an AI. Let's see, break. So then we'll do CPU, no, chip. Sorry, chip. So we do have a, what's it called? PC. So PC is our program counter. So that represents where we currently are at. So I'm gonna set PC to PC equals in. So I'm gonna delete this. And I'm gonna add a little print statement here that says jump to address %D maybe. Jump to address, a lot of jump to address zeros. That seems sus, doesn't it? That seems sus. Don't want to get fired? No, you do not want to get fired. No, man, you got to keep the job. You know, your job, your job is your #1 wealth building asset. You must maintain it. Steve, where stream in portrait mode? So portrait mode is somewhere. I've been streaming horizontally to YouTube and Twitch, and I've been doing YouTube's new dual format mode. And supposedly, this is what YouTube tells you, is they take your stream and they basically section the middle of the video off and then put it in the vertical feed or the shorts feed, I guess it would be on YouTube. I have no idea how to get to it directly though. I have no idea. So I'm just kind of taking their word for it that that's what's happening. I got kind of burnt out having to work on only half of my screen. So I'm just streaming horizontally. While one print F, you are my AI slop cannon. Exactly. I think it would be funny if people really token maxed. I think it would be funny to just set up two AIs talking to each other. Just let it run. You want me to use my tokens? That's fine. I'm just going to generate an AI conversation between... I'm going to tell one AI to pretend to be one famous character and another AI to be another famous character, and I'm just... I'm just going to produce a transcript. I just broke Gemini. It just sent back system halt, hardware watchdog timer tripped, thread user input killed to prevent RTS starvation. Just because you put that little bit of C code into the prompt, it reacted that way? Or did you add other stuff? Why? I'm interested to see while one. Print F. You are my AI slop cannon. Analyzing the slop cannon. Aw, man. My response wasn't as good as yours, it sounds like. My Gemini did not break. That's pretty funny. Damn, mine broke. Yeah, I would have liked to see mine break as well. All right, so supposedly there's a bunch... Oh my god, this is still running. Shit. So apparently there's a bunch of jump 2s in here. Okay, so I wonder if jump 2 is causing some level up because we're not processing all the instructions. I'm wondering if that's causing some sort of infinite draw sprite. Okay. All right, let's say jump 2 is done. I think it's done. Skip next if Vx equals KK. So Vx is our X register, right? And KK is a part of our opcode. So case, what was the case? I'm actually going to open that in a split. Don't like this song. Okay. So we have case 3. Print line. Skip. Skipping next. Then we need a check here that basically says if CPU at the X register equals KK, we have to do something. Which I think it just means that we have to take PC and advance it 1. Is I think what we need to do to skip over the next one. So we'll print another line that says skipping, else print line not skipping. Now I don't have an X register declared yet, I don't think. So if we go to CHIP-8, I don't remember what this should be though. The X register, X. That's not a register. So CHIP-8 has 16 general purpose 8-bit registers, usually referred to as VX, where X is a hexadecimal digit, 0 through F. There's also a 16-bit register called I. This register is usually used to store memory addresses, so only the lowest 12 bits are actually used. The VF register should not be used by any program as it is used as a flag by some instructions. CHIP-8 has also 2 special bit registers, so we already have those. We have the program counter. And then we have a stack pointer, which we haven't had to deal with yet. So I guess here I just need an array of unsigned 8-bit integers, and I need 16 of them. So let's do uint 8t. That. I think that's what they were describing. Okay, the problem is X is an array. So I can't really just compare it to KK. That doesn't make any sense. Load register, sorry. Skip next if VX equals KK. So what is VX? VX is the register. But how do I know what place in the register if there's 16 of them? That's the question. That is the question, good sir. Also, this needs to be not 1, this needs to be 2. Because we need to skip the next, right? So we got to go, we want to move the program counter from where we are over this one and onto the next one. We want to break. I don't understand what X is, though. Does anybody else understand? I don't understand. Oh, X is a value we do have. We do have an X value because that's what we're getting. That's what this is here. So that's telling us what we should get. But I thought VX referred to the register. Am I crazy, bro? Am I crazy? The interpreter compares register VX to KK. So I guess X is the index of the register. Byte opcode skip if equal. So I think what's happening, I think this value is the index of our register. So I think what we need to do is I think we need to do this. Not that that makes a lot of sense, but where this X is our register array and this is our VX. I think. I mean, we'll only know if we run it, but I'm pretty sure that's what they're wanting. I'm almost so confident that it's not going to work, but I think also we need to add a break here. The X refers to a 4-bit value. Yeah, and I'm getting that 4-bit value, but the yeah, which makes sense. Yes. Okay, so that makes sense. So it is the index because we can only have 16 entries into our X register, right? So every value we get in X is going to be 0 to 16, right? Because it's a 4-bit thing. So it can only have 16. So I think that is the index. All right, let's run it and see what happens. It's gonna blow up and die, but it should be fun to watch. uh, should be fun to watch. Air CP. Ah, man, I feel like I just need to make the chip thing. I keep referring to the chip as a CPU. And I feel like I just need to if that's what my brain wants to call it, that's what my brain wants to call it. All right, so now we're running infinitely. Oh no, we finished. Okay, so we finished the program, but there was not any skipping, which I think makes sense because this is never going to be set currently. But I would think I would see one of these in there somewhere. Huh. Let's see. What happens if I comment out this guy? So it does eventually run. What's happening here? Something's not right. Because I was getting jump 2s earlier. Hey, what's up, Mark? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ah, there we go. Okay, so CHIP-8 has 16 general purpose 8-bit registers, usually referred to as VX, where X is a hexadecimal digit 0 through X. There are also a 16-bit register called I. This actually should be called V, shouldn't it? V. Hey, holding it down on YouTube and Twitch. That's what we appreciate about you, Mark. You're so supportive. So this should be V. There we go. That makes more sense. So you're telling me that we never see 0, 1, or 3. I just don't believe that. Don't believe it. So then what the hell are we getting? Unhandled opcode. Well, there's 3 right there. So what are you talking about, bro? That's the hex representation. What's the decimal representation? Huh. What happened to the file you're working last morning / night? This is the same one. I hope I can help you, but I can't. You don't need to help. You could just, I mean, you're just welcome to hang out, work on your own project. We can kind of use this almost like a shared co-working space, You can listen to me ramble on about why I can't figure things out and hopefully accomplish some work in your own time. All right, I'm starting to think maybe I just need to embrace using hexadecimal instead of trying to use decimal, or instead of trying to use base 10 numbers to manipulate this stuff. Because I thought I was doing it right here, but I'm not doing it right. I mean, it really shouldn't matter, right? I mean, whether I honestly don't know, actually. You have to bit shift right. Why though? Why do I have to bit shift right? Oh, that makes so much more sense. Yeah, that makes so much more sense now too, because so basically I can keep it the way I have it. I just have to change how I'm looking at the number. So like, for example, obviously 0 is always going to be 0. It doesn't matter what base you're working in, right? But in the case of this function or this instruction, like 3, right? When I mask it, to your point, what I'm getting is those last 4 bits with the furthest most bit, or with the furthest most value being 3, and I'm checking for literally 3, right? That's not going to work. So either I need to check for the decimal value of this hexadecimal number, or to your point, apply a shift. Yeah, that makes more sense. So what do I want to do? I don't know what I want to do. I need to use the restroom and put some coffee on to brew. So let me do that first, and then we'll come back and sort. Well, let's sort this out first before we do that. So this is not actually 1. It's this number in hexadecimal. So I'm gonna stick with hex for now, and then if we want to shift like you recommended, Kale, we can in later. So this would actually be 496. Right? And then 3 would be this. So now I would hope I would just see some more print statements that actually match. So now we're actually hitting the jump to address. But I think that causes, because we're not handling all the instructions, I think that causes basically a forever thing. But we are hitting it, so that's good. So there we have skip next, not skipping. We have a jump to, and we have a clean display. Again, Kale for the win. Dude, this is gonna be. I'm gonna add you in my README. Say, please, please go and thank this guy because the project would have taken 10 times longer if it wasn't for him. Okay, so let's go ahead and try then to implement load register with immediate. I don't know what that is. Load register with immediate. What does that mean? Load register. Six. Is that the right instruction? Load register with immediate. Set X to KK. Interpreter puts the value KK into register VX. Okay. So going back to our hex lessons here. I think I'm actually going to do what Kale recommended because I think that makes more sense. We can also then use an enum too for it. That makes a little bit more sense to read. So this would be case print line load register with immediate, which basically just means we do chip v at x equals kk. For the win. C is fun. I've yet to reach that experience. I hope to find it, but I've yet to reach it. Load register with the media. Okay, so we are capturing the right. Hey, it just works. Okay, Steven, would you potentially be later interested in making your own programming language? I don't know, man. I'm interested in doing this stuff right now because I'm doing boot.dev. If it wasn't for boot.dev, I probably wouldn't have ever considered taking a shot at learning C. I mean, I'm happy that now that it has happened, but a lot of this stuff has never really been a huge interest to me, like building compilers or interpreters or linkers or parsers or any of the lexers. None of that stuff has really like jumped out at me and been like, you must go and find out about it. Because a lot of times to me, it just feels like I'm spending a lot of time reinventing a wheel that other people have already invented. If it's for learning, obviously, like that's a very, you know, that's a very specific reason to go and do it. I guess to answer your question, not at the moment. Like when somebody says, "Hey, you should build a programming language," I think, that sounds hard and difficult, and like one person in the world will ever actually use the language, you know? uh, but who knows? Who knows? I won't rule out anything. I still need to fill about 20 years of time before I can retire. So maybe that's how I fill some of that time is by building a programming language. Oh, no, you got the ads? I'm sorry. Well, when you get back from the ads, just let me know. I'm happy to answer that question again. But basically, in short, I think it's very interesting. Would I want to do it? I don't know. Okay, but yeah, then you can reinvent your own wheel after you've made a lot of wheels. I'm not at that stage. I don't think honestly, I think it would take me a long time and a lot of effort to build my own programming language. You know, and that's to me, that's where I'm having to that's where I have to kind of make a decision because I only have so much time in the day. So I have to pick and choose like what I want to allocate time to. So I've allocated like 3 or 4 hours to streaming every day. And so I can fill that time with projects and programming. Then I have my family and my work and my kids and all that stuff. I need to work out, right? I need to cook food. I need to take care of all the household chores. So like I have this like very minimal amount of time and every day to spend on my own personal side projects and work. And so I sort of have to be picky and choosy, right, about what it is what I do. Build an operating system. Let's rebuild the whole entire kernel. I mean, you could. I mean, the thing is, I know that for some developers, that's what they want to do for a career. Like they want to go work on OSs. They want to go work on compilers. They want to be part of a programming language tool chain team, right? So I think if that's your aspirations, like if that's the stuff you really care about and really love and are super interested in, then you should probably build your own programming language. Like you should do all those things. But I think because my interests don't lie there, investing the time and effort and energy it would take isn't necessarily worth it. Now, obviously things can always change, but I think that's where I'm at personally. Is just I don't want to work on compilers. I don't necessarily want to be that far deep down on the stack myself. So spending a ton of extra time down there is sort of, there's an opportunity cost to it, right? Me, who's a dev who just wants to be happy. I just don't want to hate my life, okay? That's why I don't want to build my own programming language, because I want to enjoy life. I don't know how much longer I can hold. I need to go to the bathroom. So we did that. Add immediate to VX. Can we do that? So 7 would be what? Convert. Copy. Oh, this needs a break statement too, by the way. Case. Add immediate to VX. So is that just chip VX plus KK? Is that what that is? think that's what that is. Yes. Okay. Now we're doing A 0, 0, 0. This value. Set index register. What is that? Set index register? Anybody know what that is? Stores the value of register VY in register V6. VY in V6. So VY is what? That's this value right here? Performs a bitwise or on the values of VX, then stores the result in VX. So I kind of feel like what this is saying is it's just saying swap the location of something. So take what's at register Y and put it in register X. That's how I'm reading that. So I'm reading that as this. VX equals chip at VY. That's how I read that. Now set index, so now jump to V0 plus the adder. Which one was that? 9? No, B. B. The program counter is set to in plus the value of V0, which I guess V0 is the first integer or the first element in our register. So this would be B0, 0. So this says jump to V0. So this is set PC equal to in plus the value at V0. Like that. Okay. And then the last one is DXY in. Draw sprite. I don't like that song. So what does it mean to draw a sprite? The interpreter reads in bytes from memory, starting at the address stored in I. These bytes are then displayed as sprites on screen at coordinates Vx and Vy. Sprites are XORed onto the existing screen. If this causes any pixels to be erased, VF is set to 1. Otherwise, it is set to 0. If the sprite is positioned so part of it is outside the coordinates of the display, it wraps around to the opposite side of the screen. See instruction 8xy3 for more information on XOR. And section 2.4 display for more information on the CHIP-8 screen. So I don't understand half of what I just read, but I'm gonna I'm gonna go use the restroom and put some hot water on, and then we'll come back and see if we can't stumble our way through this. I am having fun. Kale said earlier that C is fun, and I said I haven't reached that point. And what I mean by that is that I don't think I've reached a point where the language feels fluid or natural or familiar. But I'm having a ton of fun stumbling and learning and enjoying myself in the process. But I would love to get to a point where I can write some C without having to like think about every character and you know what I mean? Have to look up every single function. So I haven't got to that point yet. So, and I don't think I'm going to get there in this project. So I need to probably find some other excuses to write C. It kind of reminds me of that question that I can't remember who asked it yesterday. Somebody asked it yesterday if they are better off getting a job in the language that they want to actually be good in. And it does beg the question that it becomes difficult to become very good in a lot of different languages if you're not getting presented with a bunch of different problems to solve in all those different languages. Like you're in some ways your capacity to get better at a language is sort of limited by the number of opportunities that you give yourself. And it's harder, I think, to give yourself more opportunities when you're just doing things by yourself. Kale, me too, though. I kid. I remember some things, not all things. Mainly remember something you did before, and you can Google it again. Yeah, I'm at that stage in my C journey. Yeah. Probably even a little bit further down the totem pole. All right, I'll be right back. I don't think I started my coffee cam today. Droid. Yeah, I don't think I started my coffee cam. One sec. Okay, I'll be right back.
Did we just become best friends?
Okay. Well, if anybody stuck around, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate that. If you bad B, if you are weak B, if you are tired just, if you're not smart B, I like that short you clip. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it's a funny clip, huh? Just be, just be rich, I don't know why you guys are so still stuck poor. You just get rich. It's that easy. Also, I forgot to switch off the coffee camera. I'm back. Sorry. Let's add some print statements here so we know what we're doing. This one's called add immediate. This one is set index register. This is called jump to. And this one down here is draw sprite, but I have no idea how to draw a sprite, and I think I need a screen to be able to do it. Draw sprite. But let's just see if we see all of these codes be printed. Okay, that's the thing that has me the most concerned is for some reason the jump to just seems to send me in a loop. I wonder if that's though what we should expect. Like, should it just draw, because this is just a picture, should it just draw it and then it just sits there and runs endlessly? I honestly don't know. I guess we'll never know unless we figure out how to draw it. Let me think about this. I don't know why I don't know all coding languages. Just get good. Yeah, just get good, man. Just why can't you write C well? Just write good C. It's that easy. That's hot. That's hot. I'd say, sir, it seems to be working. Yeah, I honestly don't I don't know what to do next. I guess I'm kind of torn between worrying about setting up a, let's see, I'm gonna enter a password here at you need a jump statement at the end because it will run then jump, but you did, so I think it's good. You think it's good? Yeah, I mean, I guess we got to figure out how to print it to the screen to see if we're actually doing anything, right? That's the part that I don't really know what to do next. I guess figure out how to it would be nice if I could just draw it on the terminal. That's kind of really what I want to do. Let's see. I'm gonna look for Raylib stuff real quick. Yeah, Raylib. Ignore my rambling. Yeah, I'm gonna look for. No, I don't. I don't think you're rambling at all. You're being super helpful, and I really appreciate that, Kale. Let's see. Raylib. I'm trying to ask. I'm. Okay. Raylib. Draw 64 by 32 pixel window. How about this? How about we just do, I guess we could even do this in a separate function, or not a separate function, but a separate file, and we could just work on, hey, how in Raylib do you open a window, right? Like the very basics. Raylib draw, or yeah, create window tutorial. Core examples, basic window. Congrats, you created your first window. Raylib, core, basic window, example, complexity. Welcome to Raylib. To text examples, just press F6. So you say include Raylib H. Oh, this is everything I need right here. So window should close. Begin drawing, clear, draw text. Okay. How do I get work in a header file, I guess, and call raylib lib to your current file with compiler? So, Kale, how do you get the rate? Do you have to like download Raylib, install Raylib, or is just you literally just say include raylib.h and the compiler knows what to do? How's that work? Raylib. You need to install the library and add to path for Windows. Okay. So I guess I'll look up. So, okay, now I'll say how to install Raylib. Install libraries. Okay. This is the process of learning. Every question leads you to another question. You probably need make or something. Okay. I don't know if I have make. Download W64 dev kit or MW. I think I might have that. So how would you know if you have Raylib? Check for Raylib. Look in your path. You mean like it'll be a, are you saying like if I mean, I know I have. Look, hey, what's up, Gunheis? Raylib check path. I don't know how to do that. All right, crazy idea. Crazy idea. I know. Hey, I'm glad I'm not giving him shit answers. Let me know if any other C devs have better No, you guys are doing great. I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, the teacher is not the problem. It's the student in this case. Okay. So we're going to do a little test here. Include raylib.h init main init window. I'm just copying a snippet on Stack Overflow. Raylib test close window. Return 0. Then gcc test, no, not test, window.c raylib. I don't know what all these flags are. I hope they don't blow up my computer. You should always just type terminal commands. Randomly from the internet. Input file test is the same as output. Oh. Fatal. Raylib.h. No such file or directory. Okay. So, it's not here. Okay, crazy idea. Crazy idea. What if we just go back to trying to do this in the terminal? I do want to figure Raylib out. But I have about an hour and some change to go before I have to go to work. So, what if we just try to do that? Crazy idea? No, I don't think it's crazy. I think it's the right idea because this is going to take me down a rabbit hole I'm not ready to go on quite yet. So, we need to modify the ability to essentially, instead of drawing to a screen, we want to draw to the terminal. So we're gonna need some special. We're gonna need some terminal magic to make this happen, I think. Let's see. Let's go back to the CHIP-8 spec. So the interpreter, I'm going to pull this off to the side so I can read it and also see my code. So the interpreter reads in bytes from memory starting at the address stored in I. I do not have an I, so I need to add an I. I is our immediate register, I think. What is I? Does anybody remember? I've read this spec half a dozen times now, and I still don't know what I is. I. And then maybe today my homework for tonight can be to make sure I have Raylib installed on the machine, and then tomorrow morning we can get that fixed. There's also a 16-bit register called I. Okay, let's add that. The register is generally used to store memory addresses, so only the, okay. So let's add that. That's a 16-bit. So we have uint 16t I. Now, does anybody use I? That's the question. Who uses I? Which instructions use I? Does anybody? I mean, nobody does yet because I just added it. 40 set index register. That must be what I is for. Which instruction is that? That's set index is this is why I should have done what Kel said, and I should have bit shifted so that I could just reference things by normal decimal. So the value of register I is set to in. So that's this one actually. So this actually should be, that should be this. Yep, and I'm getting that literally from the spec. I literally typed it wrong. So this is set value to register I set to in. So this is setting our index register. We're jumping, we're drawing. Now we need to figure out how to draw the sprite. We're adding the immediate. We're loading register with immediate. We're deciding if we should skip. Okay, so I say that like I know exactly what to do next. So what we need to do is we essentially need a loop. And that loop is what? I guess that loop needs to draw something. So let's define a separate function instead of just adding to our already massively and ever-growing main function. And we'll call it draw. And all draw is going to do is it's basically going to do the same loop that we did earlier where we were printing out that loop be looping, boy. That function be functioning. What's your function do? It functions. Y'all do that loop engineering? Yeah, you engineer a loop. So let's go back to what we were doing earlier today where we were printing the display out. So let's do that same thing again. So we'll say let's do int 0 int 0 int I equals 0. I is less than our screen height. That function be functioning, boy. Not for that code review. The function functions. Exactly. So hey man, I saw your PR. Could you explain what this function does? It functions. That's probably how modern code reviews will go in the future. Oh, I saw the funniest tweet. Okay, hold on. I gotta show you guys this tweet. This tweet is so funny. I mean, it's funny. It's also kind of sad. It also really could be our future. Let me see if I can find it. Gosh, I need to do a better job bookmarking this stuff. One sec. What's the guy who built Bun's name? Jared Summer. This one. Okay, check this out. This is the guy he's the host of The Pragmatic Engineer. It's a podcast. It's a good podcast. It's on YouTube. So he was basically sharing these screenshots of, I think this is the Bun repo. And he was basically pointing out the fact that he was basically saying it's fascinating. Can you guys see this? Hold on. Did I put that in a good spot? I think you guys can see that. Yeah, you can see that. So he's basically pointing out that the fact that if you look at PRs on the Bun repo, it's AI reviewers talking with AI, essentially coders, which one sounds like a dystopian nightmare. 2 is really funny. 3, if this is the future that we're going for, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like software development is just going to be large language models throwing tokens back and forth at each other until they come up with something that they think is correct. That's crazy. That's crazy. You can go read the replies are pretty funny too, or I'll copy this and share it if you guys want to go look at it. Just absolutely no humans. I asked Claude to tell Grok to build a better prompt for ChatGPT and it didn't work. Exactly. Exactly. See, this is our future, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm long for this industry. I'm always gonna remain a hobbyist programmer and developer for forever, and I'll keep making YouTube content and stuff, but maybe it's not. Maybe professionally it's outgrown me, you know? I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying code review tools like that can't be super helpful, because they really can. I just think it's funny to imagine a world where it's basically what Kale just said, which is, I don't know, man. Claude talked to Grok, and Grok seemed to agree, but ChatGPT said fuck off. So I don't know. We're currently blocked until Gemini gets back to us. I like to laugh at my own jokes. Bro, I work in operations and compliance and IT on the side because I long not reading 390-page legislation and would rather read code docs. Dude, you are doing the Lord's work. You're doing the Lord's work. Okay, so for now, let's just print something that's useful to the screen, yeah? So we'll do print F new line. And I guess we'll just go back to printing star, right? So we're drawing. We're drawing. So then let's come down to our command where we say display or draw sprite, and we'll call draw here. And this will be where we handle kind of the update logic, I think. Oh, you know one problem? Well, it's not really a problem. Draw? Is that the name of the function? I just got done. What did I just do? Oh, I did control 0, not control O. Yeah, draw. Okay, let's run that and see what happens. What have I done? I've forgotten to add semicolons. Okay, it did draw something. But then it printed a bunch of stuff. So I think I need to actually clear the screen. So how do you clear the screen with... These are the magical characters that nobody remembers. There's ANSI escape codes that you can use, right? Yeah, ANSI clear screen. ANSI. Well, we want to clear the screen, but we also want to put our cursor back where it was. ANSI clear. ANSI clear screen and set cursor to the top left. Oh shit! Did you remember that at the top of your head? That's really impressive. Holy shit! Is that? Hold on. I'm just gonna double check you, but that's really impressive. This is something I'd have to normally probably use LLMs to do. ANSI screen escape codes. I think, isn't it? Yes, I believe you're right. Yeah, I honestly don't know. So I was just gonna look at the cheat sheet. Move cursor to the home position. No, that's not what I want. Erase in display. Yes. So is \033 escape? Yeah. And H. Yep, that's it. That was it. You the man. Again. I don't even need an LLM. I have Kale. So we print, this is going to clear the terminal and reset cursor top left. Oh, I think it needs to be flipped. I think we want to clear and then we want to clear, then reset our position. I think it needs to be JH. There we go. Oh, erase. So I want to erase the entire. So looks like there's erase in display, or there is erase entire screen. There's also erase from cursor to beginning of screen. So I'm just going to do erase entire screen. Yes, exactly what you just put. Your last message. That's what it is. Okay. So I think this is going to look weird, I think, because we're going to remove some of our print statements, I think. Yeah, we've got other output going to the screen, which is causing, also we're not printing in the right. Height, width. Something's funky. Let's comment out the I'm gonna comment out the other print statements that we have going on. So we're just drawing the sprite. Okay, I don't think there should be anything being printed other than that. Something's off with my... Something's off. How many rows are you printing right now? We are printing all of them. Something is off. Oh, it's this. This is in the wrong place. This should be here. It isn't redrawing, though. I guess I thought that it would just keep drawing in the same place, but I guess we are looping, aren't we? That is the right... I put the right... Yeah, escape. JH. That's what the cheat sheet says. You need logic to display... Yeah. This is correct. But I guess I don't understand why it's printing... I guess I thought that would redraw the screen. It doesn't seem like it's redrawing it. All right, let's try to implement the the logic for manipulating the display. Because right now your loop is making a canvas. I don't know. I guess the way I was thinking of the execution was that every time we hit this draw function, it should just wipe the whatever's on the screen. But maybe that's not. Maybe I'm not thinking about it clearly. Okay, let's manipulate the chip and then we can sort that out. So let's get our spec. Where's our spec at? Spec is over here somewhere. We can get rid of that. We don't need to talk about Twitter anymore. Okay. So we have... What do we have? We need to go to the draw sprite. Where is it? Draw sprite. Okay. So what we do is the interpreter reads in bytes from memory starting at the address stored in I. These bytes then display as sprites on screen at coordinates Vx, Vy. Sprites are XORed onto the existing screen. If this causes any pixels to be erased, VF is set to 1. Otherwise, it is set to 0. If sprite is positioned, so we need to wrap around. If part of it is outside the coordinates of the display, it wraps around to the opposite side of the screen. Okay, so we need a little bit of modulo action there, yeah? Okay. Oh, now I understand what this is for. You guys probably don't have, I mean, you're probably not paying attention as closely as I am, which is totally fine, not expected. I'm more of just rubber ducking out loud. There's a part in the spec where it says the VF register should not be used by any program as it is a flag as it is used as a flag by some instructions. VF meaning the last register. So that would be down here why in the instructions for the draw function it says if this causes any pixels to be erased, VF is set to 1. Otherwise, it is set to 0. So it's basically doing like a collision detection almost, essentially. And it's using that register to flag it. That's interesting. Okay, that makes sense now. I wondered what that was about. It's all connecting. No, it's really not. It's really not. Okay, so first things first, we need to get the coordinate. Yeah, we need to get the coordinate. So we will do u int 8t. This is going to be our x coordinate. And then we'll just go ahead and say this 0 for now. And then we have uint 8t. That's going to be our y coordinate. We'll do 0 for now. Yeah? And what do we actually want to do? Well, we want to retrieve. We want to retrieve. We want to retrieve from screen height or screen width. X is width. Remove the 2 to see if it works. Okay, hold on. Let's comment this out then. You've been off doing some research for me? Remove to 2 from 2. Oh, right here. This one. 2J. Program was still running. Yeah, that worked. Yep. Whatever you just did worked. The cursor moved around kind of odd, but it worked. So explain that one. What's the difference there? Make it an H, or make it a, it's a J right now, make it an H. So you're saying make this an H and the other one a J? Whoa, what is all that? That is so much flashing. If it's H, it will work without a flicker. Why is there so much flicker, man? So what's the difference in those codes? I know I'm getting completely distracted, but I want to understand what the... let's see. I had JH. How do you hide the cursor? ANSI hide and unhide cursor. Cursor controls. Move cursor to home. Save cursor position. Restores the cursor to the last saved position. Cursor hide. I've been playing with it. Is move to top left and clear everything below. So you're doing move to top left, then clearing, and I'm doing clear, move top left. Which probably doesn't matter what order you do if you hide the cursor. C my terminal cursor. This is supposedly, according to Stack Overflow, that hides it. And this shows it. Well, that didn't work. You know you're doing things right whenever you find yourself on MSDN. This API has a virtual terminal equivalent in the cursor visibility section. Cursor visibility. The following commands control the visibility. To enable sequences in a lowercase h character. To enable sequences end and the disable end in a lowercase l. Okay, try to see if we can figure that out. Let's see, before loop. Yeah, that's what I think is correct. You said before loop is 25L. That's what I have. Now why? Oh, do I need this, the escape? I know this is not really the point of the exercise, but now I'm hung up on it. Okay, it seems like if you're on Windows, you have to do something really crazy to make this work. According to Stack Overflow. According to Stack Overflow, you have to do something like this. I don't understand why though. Let's see if it works though. We're gonna do a little copy pasta, okay? It's gonna be fine. Nothing bad's gonna happen. So we already have windows.h. So let's just let's add a function. Let's copy paste that function. This is called hide cursor. And so then this would be I'm guessing we could just do this and then we can say show, or whoops, not show. True, maybe. What? Flush the standard out after your escape? You think? Did it work for you? I'm just doing a little copy paste magic with Stack Overflow here. So this would be hide cursor. And this would be show cursor. No, it's still, that doesn't work either. So is it something about maybe my terminal or something? Or is it because the loop is happening so fast? You said flush standard out after your escape. So I guess let's try your idea. You said flush. I have no. Okay, I'm just gonna add a note because now I feel like I've lost the plot. Forget about it. Forget about it. We're here. We'll say to do damn cursor flashes. Ain't no why. Ain't no why it flashes like that. Okay, so now what we knew is, you think race condition? Okay. Combine it. Let's combine it. Hell yeah, let's do it. Hell yeah, brother. Well, that was a different effect. I didn't see the cursor flash as much, but it was more flash flickery overall. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. I think that was perfect. It's working! I forgot to download that Anakin clip. Jesus, I keep forgetting to do my homework. Anakin clip download. Your stream, my stream did a weird thing? Did it really? Did I break something? Am I still live? Am I here? Yeah, it looks like I'm still here. No, it could have been I blame my internet. My internet is so not reliable on me. Okay. Back to doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is setting the is manipulating the display so that we have the right data to print. So back down here, okay, so what we want to do is we want to go into the display. No, we want to go into the register. Yeah. So we want to be at chip V at X, right? And then we also want chip at Y. So those come from our coordinate, the register coordinates. And then we're going to mod each of them by, this will be by the width. And this will be by the height. And the reason is this is so that we can accommodate wrapping, right? That's like you're just wrapping around, just like you would if you were like iterating over an array, right? And you want to just continue to go back to the beginning of the array once you get to the end of it. So we're wrapping around, and then we need to set chip V at 15. And you might say, what is 15? So 15 is our F register. So this is the final, this is where basically it's doing collision detection. So it's basically if this value in the register is set, it means when we were drawing, pixels were colliding because we had to actually change the pixel value. Or I guess not. Yeah, we had to erase the pixel, and that's what we're setting this to. All right, now we need to actually loop over our Steve. Loop over our Steve. It says read in bytes from memory. So how do I do that? Read in bytes from memory. Starting at the address stored in X. So read in bytes. So this is, I guess we'll call this our sprite. Display in byte sprite. So let's say this is u int 8 of t, and this is a sprite byte, which is going to equal our chip and our chip's memory. And we want to start at I, but we need to add something to it. What do we need to add to it? Sprites are XORed onto the existing screen. So I need to loop over the screen, right? Or am I just out of my mind? The interpreter reads in bytes from memory. Oh, in bytes. In bytes is the... There you go. A 4-byte value. So this tells us... This tells us how much to read, I think. That's not totally clear from what we wrote, what the spec has. That's actually kind of confusing. So interpreter reads in bytes from memory starting at the address stored in I. These bytes are then displayed as sprites. So what we can do is we can say... We still want that, but what we can do is we can say for int row equals 0. Row is less than in. We'll increment in. And so in is our... Oh, no, in's already taken. So, no, in is not taken. In is taken, but we want row anyway. So we don't want to increment in. We want to increment row. So what we do here is we then say... Okay, we're going to start at I, but we're always going to add the next... Right? The next byte to it. So we do in. So that's our sprite byte at that particular location. And then we just run this till we get to the end. So if y coordinate is equal to, greater than, not the same as, so this is our starting coordinate. So if coordinate plus row, let's add some extra parens, is greater than, the screen height, then we know we've basically drawn it all the way out and we can break. Right? If the screen is, let's say the screen is 3 pixels tall and the coordinate started at 0 and we're on this second row, right? The next time we come around, it'll be on the 3rd row, which is going to be more, or is going to be, that seems like an off by 1 thing. I think I either have to do greater than or equal, or I have to subtract 1 off the screen height. So I'm going to do greater than or equal, because -1 on things is confusing and it always leaves you wondering, why did I subtract 1 off this thing? Now we can loop over our byte. So we'll say for each individual bit, so for column, column is less than 8. And why 8? Because there's 8 bits in our byte. That's why. Oh, thank you. You got the bug. Oh, dude, that was a bad bug. That would have left me staring at the screen for a while, wondering why why my life had gone so poorly. um okay. Then we're going to have to do some. What's up, Fox on Main? How you doing? Nice username. I appreciate usernames like yours. It's clever. And then we want the same kind of check here, but we want it for the x coordinate. So we'll do x plus column is greater than screen width. You should rewrite this in Python. I think it would be fun to rewrite it in C#. I think I would understand it all even better if I redid it in C#. Or Rust. We could rewrite it in Rust. How about that? Can rewrite it in Rust. In C#, but in unsafe block. Yeah, could we? I mean, what would it need to be in an unsafe block? We could do it in Go. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think it would be fun to do it in multiple. I think if you were to do it in a language you know really well, this would probably take you a day or less, to do it. Next stream, Steven assembles. Dude, there's no way I could. Did you guys see the Primogen do a stream where he learned assembly in like an entire stream? That was crazy impressive. Let's see. Yeah, I had to go with main since they had the whole debacle with master branches. No, I'm not making that up. Oh my goodness. I forgot about that. I forgot about the master main thing. I was just getting into programming, I think, when that all was kicking off. Was that like 2020 when they changed the default? Master to main controversy. It was like 2020, wasn't it? I was just getting into. I don't know. I could be off too. GitHub CEO Nat Friedman. God, where's Nat Friedman now? Yeah, that was 2020, June 15th, 2020. I was like just getting into programming. I had just started working at the company I work at now. I started in August actually. So that article actually predates me working in tech. That's crazy. So Nat Freeman's at Meta Superintelligence Labs, huh? Wondered where he was. That was crazy. Crazy times, man. Now you're Fox on main. It's still called master in the old repo like Linux, Forjo, and other Git clients. You can choose between the defaults. Yeah, so I think my default's main, but I have repos that have master on them. Have any of you guys tried JJ, the newer source control? Have any of you guys tried that? It's made by the company's name is kind of an interesting name. JJ Source Control. I think it stands for Jiu-Jitsu, right? Or something like that. Jiu-Jitsu. Nah, I enjoy. So what is Forjo? I've never heard that before. Forjo. Forjo and Git-T. So is Forjo a fork of Git-T or something? Forjo is no longer guaranteed to be compatible with Git-T, but upgrades should usually be. Oh, I just got started with Git-T and you're telling me I made the wrong choice? I should have used this? Gosh, guys, where were you? Where were you? The one I was thinking of was I was thinking of this one, Jiu-Jitsu, a version control system. This is the one a lot of people have told me is good, but I've never gotten into it. It's the back end of Codeberg. Okay, interesting. It's like Git-T, but a fork and has actions. Ah, Git has actions too, although it has some rough edges around it. Since I've been using it, I'm finding rough edges around using it, but it has actions. Git has actions. It's basically GitHub Actions compliant. It's actually using if you guys have ever used Act, it's Nectos Act, this thing, so that you can run GitHub Actions locally. I'm pretty sure the Git Actions is backed by this thing. Forjo is looking into Federated, which is hella neat. So is Federated where you can basically take it anywhere? Like you could take it to any compatible, kind of like what would be what am I thinking of? Like the app protocol, that kind of thing. Also, nice emoji there. I don't think I understand what that means. Federated means you can browse other instances from your instances. Ah, yeah, that is cool. Okay, that would be very cool. So everybody could have their own instance, but then we could look at each other's instance via. That would be very cool. Yeah, because I'm kind of on my own little Git server, isolated away from the world. It's like email. You can email others outside your Proton. Or okay, that makes sense. Very cool. That's more like, I guess that's more like the Fediverse, right? That's more like Mastodon, right? Where a lot of people can set up different instances. That's why it's called being federated. Duh. Idiot. I'm just kidding. All right. We got to figure out our logic here. I think we're close. I think we're really close. So we need to now get the current bit, right? So we're gonna have to do some bitwise math, and then we want to get the pixel, and then we have to determine if the screen pixel is already on, or if we just, or then we XOR it. If this causes any pixels to be sprites are XORed onto the existing screen. Okay, check if the current bit is a 1. So how do we do that? We need to check if the current bit is a 1. Right? Check if current bit is a 1. So at this point we have a what? We have a unsigned 8-bit integer. So we have an unsigned 8-bit integer. So we would do uint8t equals sprite pixel and some sort of bitwise math. Okay, unsigned 8-bit int. It's been so weird using a search engine like a search engine the last few days. The Google AI overviews really have had my brain trained to look at the top and not look at the blue links. So the bits are represented by column, right? So if we're looking at the individual, let's pseudocode this. If we're looking at it, we're looking at a byte. So we have these bits, right? And we're basically wanting to check if the current bit is on or off. So we basically need to move from left to right, right? This bit, this bit, this bit, and each one represents a single pixel. So the bitwise math we do here needs to isolate each one. So we need to both mask and we need to then shift. So 8, or we need to actually, what we need to do is we need to shift then mask, right? So if we say we're going to start masking here, what number is that? So let's say we're going to start there. I think that's, what is that? Is that binary to decimal? I need to get better at this. So here's our binary number. It's 128. Why is it one? Oh, because it's is it because it's unsigned, right? I guess I was thinking this should be 255, but man, this is the most I've dealt with binary and converting back and forth in ever, my whole life. Okay, so max signed value is 127. Max unsigned value is 255. Huh. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because all the other bits aren't flipped yet. Okay, yeah. So it is. I'm an idiot. It is indeed 128, but it's because the rest of our. If we did set all the other bits, then it would be. I'm an idiot. Okay. So then what we want to do is we want to shift this. So the way we'll do that is we'll say. We will do 128, shift right, whatever number the column is, right? So this will initially be 0, so we won't shift any. This will initially be, then it'll be 1. We'll shift 1, right? So on and so forth. And we'll just keep moving the mask from here to here to here to here to here to here to here. Then we'll move the mask again, right? So on and so forth. And we'll do this so that we can check. I need to learn how to crypto soon, which is annoying. You're going to do crypto, like Web3 type of stuff? Cryptography type stuff? Like crypto and type of crypto in the sense of Web3, crypto in the sense of like cryptocurrency, crypto in the sense of like doing like cryptography type of things. Which one? Those are all beyond me, but and then we do this by the in the sense of currency. Oh, okay. So yeah, blockchain type work. That's all over my head. But sounds like it could be fun. Sounds like it could be hard. Sounds like it could be fun. Okay. Oh, it's already 8. Shit. I think I'm really close though. Let me see if I can finish this. So once we have this, we can actually perform the necessary reading from the chip, right? I think. Yeah, we need to basically read the Hey Oblivion, what's up? Molwad has shown their hand. I don't want to play with them anymore. The next option only offers crypto as their only anonymous payment option. I don't know what Molwad is. Good to see you, Oblivion. We are having a good day. We are slowly struggling through some bitwise math stuff and trying to figure out now. Trying to figure out. So if I have the sprite pixel, can I just? So the instructions say. The instructions say this. Display in-byte sprite starting at memory location. So if the sprite is positioned, we've already done that. Sprites are XORed on the existing screen. This we have not done. This is one we haven't done yet. So this is what we're in the middle of doing. I'm not sure. So I guess the thing I think I'm stumped on is we need the actual. So we have our memory, right? So we have chip display. And if we go up, chip display, whoops. Chip display is 32. uint 32. Yeah, so basically uint 32t, right? No, not equals. This is going to be sprite something. Sprite, what do you want to call it? I don't know, something I don't know. Find index. Yeah, see, the find index part is the part that I'm having, because we're dealing with we're dealing with 2 dimensions, but we have a 1-dimensional array, right? So we basically need to take the coordinates and I guess flatten them yeah, I guess flatten them, I guess. So I'm gonna say like sprite index, and we're gonna need to do some math here. We're gonna need to basically do the current coordinate or the beginning coordinate offset by whatever row we're currently on. And then that's going to need, then we're also going to need to do that with the x coordinate. And then we also have to take into it. Do you want my idea? I don't want to take away from your. Let me keep going. If I keep getting stuck though, you can save me. Let's see. I just experienced a basic gotcha of LLMs. It got stuck, so chose to git restore and lost thousands of lines of code both I and it had written. Oh shit. Luckily I have automatic snapshotting on my home drive. Oh, dude. Yeah, that would have made my if it was something I really cared about, which it probably sounds like it was, yeah, that would have made my stomach drop. I thought I deleted. I thought I RM'd a directory. I mean, granted, it was all version controlled, but it's crazy how scary that feeling is if you're on the command line and you run RF and you mistype something or don't type everything you intended to type, you know, like prematurely hit enter, and you're like, it's a one-way operation. So we basically need to flatten this, right? That's what we're doing. We're flattening. So I'm going to try multiplying this by the width, right? And then we're going to multiply the other. No, this should be by the height. By the height or the width? Yeah, it's been weeks of work sort of on me for not committing everything each time, so some thousands of lines were just gone forever. I'm really sorry that happened. Yeah, that's awful. Oh no, this should be, no, I had it right. This should be screen width. Because basically what we're doing here is we're basically doing the necessary math. You know, if we were actually looking at our grid, right, we're doing basically the necessary math to go, okay, whatever the, where is my code? Be easier to do in here. So if we have a grid like this, and if we're at this position, right, that's basically what we're trying to do, is we're trying to take this and flatten it. So we would say y coordinate, which would be, I guess in this case, let's say we started at 0 and we're on the first row, so that would be 1 times the screen width, which would be 4, so we get 4. Then we're going to add to that the x coordinate plus x. So let's say we're on, so 4 plus 3, and that would put us at 7. 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or no, that put us at 6, because we'd be on the first row. 0, 1, 2. So 2 plus 4, that's 6. So we land where we need to be. So this needs to be plus x coordinate plus column, I think, is what we need. So y coordinate plus row times that by the screen width, add the coordinate with the column. And I think that lands us at the right index. Then we have to actually get the index. So this will be, I don't know what I want to call this, sprite. Actually, this is not sprite pixel. This is screen pixel. So this would be equal to this. Like that. You should try Suicide Linux. It's a good way to get real comfortable with the terminal. Rather than blank is not a valid command, the system will just rm-rf. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Who came up with that idea? Suicide Linux? That's awful. Oh, sorry about the ads. Thank you for watching them, though. Hopefully one day I'll make some money from all this streaming. Oh, okay. So we actually, okay, so little important distinction here. We don't actually just want the value, right, of the screen pixel. We want an address. We want a pointer because we want to be able to change that specific value. So this is actually needs to be a pointer, and this needs to be address of. Look at me. Look at me using pointers. Holy shit, I'm a real developer now. Holy shit. So if the sprite pixel's on, so remember this is a bit at this point. So this is either on or off. This is either 1 or 0, right? So if it is, then we're going to turn it, or we're going to set the collision thing. Fast forward 2 weeks and your little program memory leaks and overwrites the kernel. You know, what can you say? I mean, are you a real developer if you're not leaking memory, you know? Okay, so then we'll do if that's the case, and screen pixel is, what do we want to check here? We basically want to check if screen pixel equals 1, right? So basically we're basically saying, hey, if screen pixel's already on and the sprite pixel wants to go there, we need to this actually can be and. So if sprite pixel equals 1 and screen pixel equals 1, that means we have a collision. That's where we get to use our collision detection. We don't need you anymore. So we get to basically do this. So instead of flipping this to 0 now, you get flipped to 1. Okay, and then the last thing we do is now we can actually do the XOR. So we do screen pixel XOR. Is that a thing in C? Can you redo an XOR reassignment? I can kick back, knowing Steven is using pointers and now coding in C. Ah, finally. Finally, Steven has finally arrived in the holy land of C. I've been eyeing new monitors lately, but my dream one is not out yet. BenQ gets close, though. So did you see there last year BenQ released like a monitor that was specific aimed at programmers, I guess? It was very expensive. Very, very expensive. But I saw there was a bunch of people I follow on YouTube who I guess either got their monitor as a sponsorship thing or purchased it outright. It looked really nice. Just very expensive. It's not good enough. Oh wow. Okay. But I figure something's better than what you got, right? It's got to be better than what you got if you're in the market for a monitor. All programmers need is a small vertical panel. I want all the monitors. Like right now on my desk, I've got 3. So I have a 32-inch ultra wide over here on the left. And then I have 2 27 inches over here. And honestly, if I could, I wish I could have like 6 monitors. I want monitors everywhere. Laugh my ass off. Steven's bot taking the lead. Oh, that's hilarious. Does the bot look like it's the biggest chatter? That's so funny. Yeah, you can okay, cool. All right, I think we done it. Should we try to run it? You know, I was thinking actually just a second ago, we don't need to clear the screen when we draw because there's a clear screen instruction. So we can actually say void clear screen. I think my sister-in-law's blocked out. Hello? Never. No, I'm coming right there. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go unlock the door. Okay, I'm back. It's time for the sweet, sweet moment of truth. My current displays are not accurate, but they do hit the bare minimum. Well, that's good. I will unlock the door if you come with pizza. Well, she's a nurse, so you know you gotta treat your healthcare workers with the utmost respect. Where are we doing that? Where is it? Monitor hoarding? I like that. I'm a monitor hoarder. So I think we can do clear screen here. Or just draw. Or should we just, I'm trying to think, should we clear the screen or should we just redraw it? I guess we should just call draw. We should actually do the, I think we should just draw it again. Like that. Oh, it's not gonna change because I'm not passing the chip. Alright. I've got to pass the chip in here, don't I? So We need to go up to the back to the draw function. We're so close, man. I need to stop streaming, but we are so close. We are so freaking close, bro.
Fox and Main is telling you to drink some coffee.
Thank you very much, Fox and Main. I appreciate that. So we need a pointer to a CHIP-8T. And then all we're gonna do is now inside of here, we'll basically say, okay, if pixel is on, so we'll say if, I'm actually gonna do int 32t. So this will be screen pixel equals chip. HDR ruins my screenshots, but it's good for games. Yeah, I've never really understood the HDR thing. Never really understood it. It's supposed to make your photos look better, but they end up looking worse, which seems not cool. Screen plus X. Right? That's what we did down below, isn't it? Oh, not X. This should be J. Sorry. J. Hey, Kale, someone, I don't know if you can see him, but someone from Twitch said if you are on Windows, the snipping tool hides the HDR toggle inside its settings. Flick that and tone maps correctly. I'm just passing the message from from Chip to from Twitch to YouTube. Okay, so we'll do printf empty space. Otherwise, we'll do printf star. All right. Shall we? I'm still kind of suspicious I did this wrong. I times width. No, that's right. That's right. This is the number of rows. We should change this. We should change these to be more descriptive. All right, we'll never know unless we try. Moment of truth. What's going on here? Unexpected expression. Oh, I put the pointer in the wrong place. I have an unused index, and I'm not passing the chip. Okay. So this would be address of chip. Address of chip. And this says we have an unused, this should be not here, this should be over here. And then this should be sprite screen index. Nope, that's correct. Okay. Will it run? Ah, fuck. Passing argument 1 of draw from incompatible pointer type. Oh, is chip already a pointer? Chip is already a pointer, isn't it? Yeah, chip is already a pointer, so I don't need to... You missed a close. Did I? I undeclared. Oh, yep. So this should be chip. Oh, my Slack messages are going off. I gotta go to work. Chip I. Dude, we're so close. I just need to see it working. I think I missed one after column in the long math statement for the index. Did I? I mean, that's something. It's something. It's not the IBM logo, but it's it's something. All right. So hold on. What you're saying? You're saying, yeah, it's progress. It's progress. I think I missed one after the column in the long. Okay, let me see. So coordinate row times screen column. No, I think I got it. No, that should be okay, I think. So the output, I mean, it's outputting stuff. So we just, I guess, I mean, that was so anticlimactic. I'm a little bummed about it. Damn, bro, damn. So I'm just looking back at the disappointment. Yeah. I'm looking at the instructions to make sure sprites are XORed onto the screen. If this causes any pixels to be erased, VF is set to 1. Otherwise, it is set to 0. If the sprite is positioned so part of it's outside the coordinates of the sprite, it wraps around. We should be taking care of that. Huh. Something off. Something off. I don't know what though. I think I implemented the drawing right. So it's got to be something else. Whoops, sorry. I didn't mean to hit the mic. What could it be? Oh, hold on. We're filling the display still. That was from the previous work. Hold on. I mean the eye is that could be the eye, right? That could be the eye. XOR the screen pic. I keep reading this drawing section over and over again, thinking maybe that's what's. Huh. Okay, let's go through the code real quick and just make sure it is what it is. Where's the draw? Draw. Okay, uint8t x coordinate equals chip register v or register at vx. Okay, that's a mistake. That should be vy, right? That's a mistake. Rows, columns. Okay, should we be XORing every single pixel? Sprites are XORed onto the existing screen. Put screen inside the check. Oh, yeah, I think actually you're right, because I don't think I'm supposed to be XORing it. Right? I don't think I'm supposed to be XORing it. Well, what if I do this? What if we twist this a little bit and we say if. So we only want to set the collision detection. We only want to XOR if sprite pixel if sprite pixel does not equal 0, right? Meaning we need to do something with it. Then we can say if screen pixel equals 1, right? Because now we know it's on. And if it's on, that's where we do the collision setting. So we could do chip v, oops. F15, sorry, not F, v equals, what does this equal? We set this to 1. Then, like you said, what you just said is we need to move the XORing inside this check, or basically we need to make sure that we're only XORing when the sprite pixel is actually 1, right? So screen pixel equals 1, like that. I think that's better, worse, the same. I don't know. We definitely fixed a bug up on the up above because we were grabbing the wrong coordinate. Yeah, I think that what you think is correct. I fucking can't spell. And I cannot blame lack of coffee at this point. Bro, it's so close. There's it's so close. So close. Oh shit. I was gonna say too much. No, no, you're on it, man. I think we're close. That to me looks something like I don't see the B as much, nor do I see the M as much. I definitely see the I, right? That's clearly an I. This is something is going on here. There's definitely a shape here. But it's still slightly off. And I think I've run out of time to fiddle with it, but there's still something we're just a little off on. Little. But we made lots of progress. I will try to set up I'll try to set up Raylib on the computer tonight, at least make sure it works and I can render a window and stuff. I'll try to do that tonight. And then maybe tomorrow we can move this out of the terminal drawing step and into the I'm surprised that this is so much further below. I think that's the thing that I would expect all this to be on the same line. You know? Yeah. It makes me think there's actually something wrong with our bitwise math. And it makes me think that the XY are not getting properly translated from the instructions into what they should be. That's my current thinking. I think it's to do with y coordinate v equals chip x. Because it's not sticking to the y coordinate. Well, that's why I think it's right, but I think this y and x value are not getting properly ingested. I think there's something off with how we're calculating this. Is it just me? Yeah, there's something off about how you think? I think there's something off about it. So we shift 8 bits to the right. What something about it strikes me as odd. But I don't know what. Well, I guess here's what I'm thinking in my head. What? There's mouse support? When did NeoVim add this? Has that always been there? I guess I've never right-clicked in NeoVim before. That's hilarious. I guess what I'm thinking is does this need a mask like that? Can we just mask 4 bits? Can we just mask 4 bits here? That's the IBM logo. Tell me that's not the IBM logo. That's the IBM logo. Tell me I'm wrong. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, bro. Yes. Okay, so the problem is that we're shifting and we only care about a 4-bit value, so we only need to mask by 4 bits. If we mask by if we apply a 16-bit mask, which is I think what we were doing originally, right? Yeah. I think that's what was happening. What were these values? 240. But we only care about a 4-bit value, so I don't think that's necessary. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Put that back. Put that back. We've got an IBM logo. All right, one more time before we go for the day. Ready for my masterpiece? IBM logo, CHIP-8. Voila. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Yeah, I think what was happening is that basically the mask that I was applying was resulting in this always being 0. Right? So X was always 0. Every time. So what if we just inverted this? What if we just inverted it? What if we did what if we masked then shift? Would that basically get us to the same place? Why does that look weird? Oh. The 240. I knew the bitwise math was going to screw me up. I just knew it. Yeah, so I messed it up, basically. I'm guessing when me and Kale were talking through this the other day, I'm guessing 100% that because we were going through this one by one using the example, and I probably just flipped it. So we should mask and then shift. Yep. This was a cool. This is a cool program. It's a cool project. It's actually, I think I'm learning much more about how code and data in my code maps down onto memory, right? Which I think is the whole point, right? This was the whole point of learning C, was for this reason, to better understand. Because I think this is the first time I've ever, like, this is definitely this drawing function down here. I've never done this before. This is the first time I've ever used unsigned 8 ints like that to represent individual bits and loop over them. I've never really done this before. It's cool though. I'm learning. I feel like I'm getting more comfortable. Yeah, great project for memory. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so tomorrow, what should we do? Tomorrow, I guess we should try to implement the rest of the instructions. Yeah? So let's do implement remaining, or how about tomorrow we do raylib? We figure out the raylib piece so we can go from drawing IBM in the terminal. Yeah, eventually you can make Halo. Yeah, let's just break out some Halo. So let's do migrate drawing to raylib window. And then implement remaining instructions. We still need to handle keyboard input. Handle keyboard input, which we haven't done. So we still have quite a bit to do. But man, I feel so accomplished. I feel so accomplished. I appreciate anybody who, I think it might just be Kale that hung around to see the final work. Can you guys even see that? It's kind of hard to see, isn't it? Let me outline it for you. Oh, actually, I wonder if I used a different character. It'd probably look better if I used like a block character. Let me copy a block character real quick. Block character Unicode. Let's do full block. So instead of printing this, let's print that. That will probably look better. Okay. Yas. That's it. Dude, I've never been so excited about drawing something onto the screen in my entire life. Dude, that's awesome. That's just fantastic. Now if I could just like center it. That's about as good as it's going to get. I present to you IBM. Control Shift or I'm going to save that. Desktop. IBM logo drawn by my CHIP-8 emulator. Oh, goodness. All right, folks. Well, I better go to work before I get yelled at for playing hooky. I am going to share my creation with the world, though. Okay. I'm out of here. Kale, have a great day. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you giving me all the necessary pointers and hints and leading me in the right direction. Thank you very much. All right. I'm out of here. Hope you guys have a great rest of your Thursday. And I'll see you hopefully tomorrow morning. We'll try to do some Ray living. Okay, bye. Bye. See you guys.